A very good morning to everyone. May I please ask you to take your seats? We're going to be starting shortly. Please come through and take your seats. Thank you. On a piece of housekeeping, please remember to keep your cell phones on silent or on vibrate. And yesterday, one of the translation devices, the actual translation device was lost. If you happen to have found it in your handbag or in your possession, please, can you see that the organizers get it back? All right, thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yet again. I am your program director. My name is Jason Fiddler, and I omitted yesterday to properly introduce myself to those of you who can't see me. I'm told I'm a big guy. I'm actually quite tall. Today I'm wearing a blue suit, blue shirt, blue pants. I'm told I wear a smile more often than a frown. Of course, if you see me walking around with a frown today, those that do, it's purely the stress of organizing and supporting a conference. It is, again, an absolute pleasure to be your program director today. I hope I'm doing a good job so far. All complaints are on the 13th floor. You are all very warmly welcome today. We are now about to proceed with our agenda. There have been some changes, so I'd just like to run you through that. We will have our opening remarks. We will have an address by the Deputy Minister from DWIPD. Then Dr. Siva Moodley will take us through a call for universal inclusion. We will follow that with a panel discussion leveraging the G20 rotational presidency. That will take us through to a break. After the break, we will have another panel discussion, civil society leadership in South Africa. After that, we have a beautiful addition to the program. We will be having dancers from Africa Tukun Orange Farm dancers joining us here to bring some beautiful joy and energy to our program. And I think you'll agree at this stage we need to find some more energy. It's been a very long day and a half by that stage. After that, we will have our most important formal ceremony, and that'll be the handing over our Disability-20 initiative to the US delegate. We will then close with a vote of thanks, and if I've done my job right, you will get to have lunch at around just after 1 p.m. this afternoon, those of us that are joining us. Thank you again for your patience and indulgence, and at this stage, may I formally request Dr. Ashley Sibea to come to the stage as Chair of Disability-20 Conference Steering Committee to give us our opening welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, colleagues, friends, members of the global disability community. It is still an honor to welcome you to day 2 of the 2025 South African Disability-20 Conference. As we gather this morning, we do so with deep gratitude for the rich discussion and powerful insights shared in day 1 of the conference. We explored the pillars that shaped our collective vision. We heard voices from across our country and the continent, all of which contributed to a movement that is gaining in strength and momentum. Today is a day of transition and possibility. It marks the moment where South Africa's Disability-20 leadership begins to extend outward beyond our borders towards the next custodians of this initiative. The Disability-20 initiative was never meant to be a one country initiative. It is a global commitment to ensuring that the voices and the rights of persons with disabilities are firmly embedded in the G20 agenda, wherever the presidency moves. This morning, our program turns its attention to three essential themes. First, we will reflect on how the G20 rotational presidency can be used, not only to advance national priorities, but to elevate disability inclusion across regions and continents. Second, we will hear from South Africa's civil society, unified, resilient, and committed to sustained leadership beyond 2025. Thirdly, we prepare for a significant milestone: the transition of the South African Disability-20 initiative to the United States Organizations for Persons with Disabilities. This is not a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this is a continuation. It represents the passing forward of momentum, of lessons learned, of a consolidated national voice shaped by lived experience. It is our commitment that the work that we have begun here, rooted in the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, will inform and strengthen the global disability agenda as it moves now into its next chapter. To all delegates, let today be a day of clarity, collaboration, and of forward vision. It is my great privilege to open day 2 of the 2025 Disability-20 Conference. Let us continue our work together with commitment, courage, and shared purpose. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure and my honor to introduce Deputy Minister Apaseka Steve Letseke. Please join us on the stage.
Program Director Jason, thank you so much. Chairperson of the D20 Conference, together with your committee, let me take this moment to thank you for delivering this most important gathering of our time. We appreciate this moment that you have led not only just South Africa, but you've led the global economies into the most important conversation, D20, Disability-20, relevant, imperative, and crucial in our lifetime. Let's give the round of applause to the committee. Let me send greetings to the representatives of the United Nations, and international organizations that join us today, distinguished delegates from the global and regional disability organizations, officials from government, civil society representatives, representatives from academia, community leaders, colleagues and friends, activists, good morning. Allow me to express this profound appreciation and the opportunity to open this important engagement for day 2 that will craft critical resolutions within both the global and the South African declarations. Today's program will deepen our collective understanding of disability inclusion as a long and deliberate journey of structural transformation that is grounded in justice, equality, and the commitment to remake and reimagine our societies so that no one is left behind. I'm encouraged by the many works. I'm taught by the many leaders that sits around these tables that have built the persona that I am, that has taught me many of the organizations that I've served with. And I'm also encouraged to see my colleague, former Deputy Minister, Dr. Henrietta Bogopane Zulu. I'm encouraged now to see, because I'm only seeing now because I see faces, my commissioner there, Commissioner Mazibuko. I send greetings and appreciation because I see all of you. And because my journey has been shaped by the likes of yourselves and the many organizations that sit around this table. The work ahead of us will empower civil society engagements. It will empower engagement groups to recognize disability inclusion as a process that requires sustained advocacy, equitable budgeting, responsive governance systems, and a reimagination of administrative practices across G20 members. We have this moment not only just to influence G20 countries, we have this moment to also influence invited countries, guest countries, to make sure that G20 is not just the declaration that we will have on paper, but it becomes a lived reality for everybody. Across the world, and painfully so, within many of our G20 countries' economies, persons with disabilities remain structurally located at the lowest rungs of our socioeconomic power. This is not an accident of history, but a result of social, economic, and infrastructure systems that were never designed with persons with disability in mind. When infrastructure, from education to public transport, from digital platforms to financial system, is not attuned to the diverse reality of persons with disabilities, exclusion becomes the default outcome. And exclusion left unchallenged becomes generational. So this is why the principle of inclusivity and the principle of intersectionality must guide our work today. Persons with disabilities do not experience discrimination in isolation. Inequality compounds. A woman with a disability in a rural area navigates a lot of issues. That includes patriarchy, it includes poverty, the geography on itself creates challenges, and sometimes the policing of identity. A young person with disability navigates both exclusion in education and a structural violence of unemployment. So intersectionality is not an abstract theory. It is a lived architecture of marginalization. Justice demands that we respond to this architecture with urgency, with intentionality, but as well as empathy in our work. So across G20, persons with disabilities continue to be more likely to live in poverty, experience violence, and be denied equal access to rights such as land, employment, education, and community participation. Children with disability are still excluded from mainstream schooling. Adults with disability still faces barriers in accessing financial and digital services. These realities reflect structural injustice, and they reveal to extent with these global commitments that we have, that means we have not yet translated these resolutions globally and domestically into the implementation mode that is organic. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability enshrines the right to autonomy, dignity, independence, equality, and full participation. Our responsibility today is to ensure that our deliberations strengthen the realization of those rights in practical and measurable ways. Colleagues, global figures, this is evidence, continue to underline the scale of these challenges. There's an estimated 1.3 billion people. 16% of the global population are persons with disabilities. They remain 50% more likely to experience extreme poverty. Only 28% of working age persons with disabilities are employed, compared to 60% of their non-disabled or differently abled peers. The International Labour Organization has affirmed that global GDP could rise by as much as 7% if persons with disabilities were included equally in the labor market. Let me bring it closer to home. Our GDP is at 0.6%. It's a very stubborn economic growth. And if statistics are telling us we can grow with about 7%, if we ensure intentionally that people with disability are in the economic corridors, they are in the labor markets, that means our 0.6% cannot grow if we leave persons with disability behind. Now, that tells us the potential of our GDP and economic growth. Now, this is not a simple reality or social imperative. It means that evidence has shown us that this is an economic opportunity. But to unlock that opportunity, we must dismantle the barriers in a number of institutions. That includes education, employment, accessibility, digital inclusion, and community support systems. These barriers exist within all G20 countries' economies, and they do require coordinated, intentional, and courageous action. It is therefore essential that G20 commits itself to concretely deliver and to speak directly to the lived realities of persons with disabilities. Our declarations, our commitments, and our solidarity must translate into measurable actions that improve quality of life, that also expands on freedom, and that reinforces the basic human rights that are incorporated, enshrined in our CRPD. CRPD does affirm that our rights are universal and our rights are non-negotiable. When did we turn these rights into negotiations? So maybe it's a moment for us to ask relevant question. When did we come to the table to negotiate these rights? When they are universal and when we are entitled to them. Colleagues, everybody is entitled to human rights. So it is in this spirit that South Africa advances and strongly support the establishment of the D20 engagement group as a mechanism designed to guide member countries in shaping a coherent and a bold global disability rights agenda, while also strengthening the capacity of civil society to prioritize disability inclusion as a central mandate of development. I can tell you it was earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was in April, when we were in New York during the reporting of the UN Convention. It was in April, June, somewhere there. We met with many of the countries, G20 countries, that includes Italy and many others, Germany, where we were trying to actually communicate to colleagues how important D20 is. South Africa and our mission facilitated a breakfast session to sit around the table with ministers. In fact, we wanted more than just an engagement group. By the way, we wanted a working group that governments will be dedicated to focus on disability during this moment. But we don't give up. You must not give up, because what you have just done today, what you have just done in the last couple of months, strengthens all of us. So this D20 process must drive a set of transformative interventions that allows us to move from rhetoric to implementation. One such intervention is the development of a comprehensive rights-based G20 disability inclusion report that provides a baseline assessment of disability inclusion across our economies. Without such a baseline, our commitments remains abstract, and with it, we gain the evidence needed to hold ourselves accountable. Equally, what is important is that we have to craft a global policy that gives us recommendations that integrates disability inclusion into national economic frameworks. They must give us recommendations that focuses on gender equality strategies and a broader economic agenda. We mustn't park disability integrated inclusion only on social aspect. It's about time we put economy in the hands of disability sector. It's about time we fight for the right kind of conversation, but the right kind of change and transformation, and which is the economic justice of persons with disability. Now, these recommendations must draw us closer from this global compendium of best practices on rights-based disability inclusion, allowing member states to learn from one another. We know we've got best practices here in South Africa where people can come and learn. We've done so much. There's brilliance, there's excellence, but we also too can learn from other countries. And we have that opportunity where we can learn from one another and to also implement approaches that are both context sensitive and globally informed, but that are rooted in our own local narratives. We know this is possible. Another crucial intervention, colleagues, lies in the establishment or establishing a digital accessibility review mechanism, a tool that enables us to interrogate the accessibility of digital platforms, assess the inclusivity of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence systems, and identify the gaps that impede participation. Colleagues, we have an opportunity to also look at the digital future, but we must accept that it cannot be allowed to replicate the exclusion of the past. It must be a frontier of possibility for persons with disabilities. Now, finally, South Africa calls for the institutionalization of a permanent G20 Disability Forum, a sustained space for governments, civil society, the private sector, and the United Nations system to come together. We spoke earlier when I arrived about what unity looks like. We need unity now more than ever. Amongst ourselves as persons with disabilities, but we also need unity within different sectors: government, civil society, private sector, and communities. We have to, in this unity, mirror progress. We have to exchange innovations. We have to consolidate global and domestic leadership on disability inclusion. Such a forum would ensure continuity, coherence, and a long-term vision required to build societies that honors the full dignity, agency, and participation of persons with disabilities. Full and effective participation on an equal basis with others is not a favor extended. This is not a charity work. I hear a lot of sometimes the initiation would be, I'm doing charity. The lives of persons with disabilities are not charity work. It is a prerequisite for sustainable development, the achievement of sustainable development goals, and the full realization of the CRPD Convention. We must achieve what we've signed up globally but we must also achieve what we have committed to domestically. We must move from white paper and have the fully fledged act that protects our rights as persons with disability. Participation is the foundation of social cohesion, economic justice, violence prevention, and poverty reduction. And participation is possible without, it's impossible without accessibility. Without accessibility, the rights remain a theory. Without accessibility, rights become lived. With accessibility, rather. Yet within many of the G20 countries' own declaration, agreements, and work streams, disability inclusion remains insufficiently mainstreamed. Persons with disability are often excluded from the development of economic partnership. We don't want to be recipients, we want to design, implement with you, and monitor together. Evidence base is quite important. We were talking about what it will mean for us to generate more evidence. We know quite a lot of work has been done by many civil society organizations, many national institutions focusing on the rights of persons with disability have this rooted evidence. Many academic institutions have done so, but we want to be able to generate more disability disaggregated data because we know the limitations. And knowledge on disability inclusion remains fragmented. So that proper coordination amongst us is quite important. So today's program gives us an opportunity to address these gaps openly and decisively. South Africa, therefore, reaffirms its commitment to the establishment of D20 engagement group. This initiative, colleagues, I must tell you, it remains a historic opportunity for G20. It crafts global disability rights agenda. It strengthens civil society's engagement, and it also elevates disability inclusion at the center of global economic planning. This is a moment that you must be proud of yourselves, for South Africa, for Africa, and the rest of the world. A right-based disability inclusion report, global policy recommendation, digital accessibility assessment, and the annual G20 Disability Forum will not just be an administrative task. They are building blocks of a new global architecture of inclusion. The discussions that will unfold here in this room will shape to the strategic priorities we have proposed as a country, advancing inclusion in technology, independent living, universal accessibility, and strengthening dignity, data, and meaningful participation. From accessibility in urban designs to inclusion in education and community-based support, we must reaffirm what we know and what we know works. We must also ensure this inclusion is achieved, but it must be achieved with everybody in it, including the political will. And we just don't want only this political will. We also want investment that comes with it. Let's not divorce ourselves from calling for a rather intentional investment, because we are investing in people's lives and we are in the business of saving lives. So as we embark on today's work, let's recognize this work And let's ensure that the work is supported and resourced. Disability inclusion cannot flourish where commitments are not meshed. So today we begin the work of ensuring that our resolutions lead to meaningful change across governance systems, development framework, and service delivery value chain. I would like to really thank you, colleagues, the D20 committee, the participants nationally and internationally, for your presence here and for your tireless work, for your championship, your activism, and your leadership. Your time, your intellect, and commitment will guide the direction of our work throughout. We now begin this task of shaping a global disability inclusion agenda that is worthy of our people and worthy of the world we seek to build. So as I sit down, we must remind ourselves that the struggle for disability inclusion is not a marginal struggle, but a human struggle at the core of justice. The late disability rights giant, Judith Human, captured this truth with clarity when she said, disability only becomes a tragedy when society fails to provide the thing we need to lead our lives, close quote. Her words echo across continents and for decades because they name a simple truth. And this truth is not about disability that disables us, but the failures of the system, infrastructure, attitude. So today, guided by this wisdom, we must commit ourselves to the task of building society where inclusion is not aspirational, but inevitable. I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those incredibly inspiring words. Can we please get another round of applause? Could we call up on the steering committee to please join us on stage for a photo opportunity with the Minister? Thank you so much. The Deputy Minister regrettably has to leave us shortly, so tendering apologies for that. It is my genuine pleasure to introduce again a fellow person from KwaZulu-Natal province, from Durban, Dr. Siva Mudli, who's of the Disability-20 research team. Dr. Mudli.
What's in front of you? The microphone.
Yeah, sure. This is awkward. Yeah, all right. I'll do it there.
The microphone is right in front of you, about 40 centimeters in front of you. Step forward. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Siva Mudli, and I'm part of the D20 research team. After the SABC interview last night, I began writing a provocative article on employment. But smack in the middle of my writing process, my mind cast back to the following incident. At the end of a job interview, the HR director asked the candidate, "So, Johnson, as an assistant engineer, what are you looking for in terms of your employment package?" "Well, sir," Johnson Conflict said, "about 4 million a year with a generous pension, 100% medical aid, a company car, housing allowance, and generous vacation leave." Well, Johnson, what if we offered you 5 million a year? Together with a company car that you could use during the week and a Porsche that you could use over the weekend, plus 2 international holidays fully paid for you and your partner. Johnson couldn't contain his excitement, and he said, "Sir, are you joking?" And the HR director leaned forward and said, "Yes, but you started it." Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to make this presentation on behalf of the D20 research team. It's Dr. Erna van der Westhuizen, Dr. Letitia Pina, and in fact, the entire team, the D20 technical team, the support team, all those who remain in the background today. But I salute you. I admire you, and we worked splendidly together. Just 2 brief comments before I begin. Firstly, I will verbalize the bullet points in each slide so that it would be easier for you to follow. Secondly, I will pause before moving to each slide to allow sign language interpreters a brief pause. Yesterday, we had 5 panels discussing and debating critical issues regarding the 5 pillars. Now, given that no issue exists in isolation, what I hope to do in this presentation is to spotlight 5 emerging cross-sectoral issues and explore how these issues resonate across the 5 foundational pillars. To illustrate this very, very briefly, let's consider the very familiar example of how persons with disabilities are stereotyped. And examples of this you would know. Persons with disabilities are a homogeneous group, that all persons with disabilities require identical services, that persons with disabilities would not be able to cope independently, and so the list goes on. And because of the stereotype, we could potentially experience several scenarios, and I will cite just 2 examples. In the workplace, employers could adopt a one-size-fits-all approach in providing reasonable accommodation measures to employees with disabilities. In a fire evacuation emergency, a siren may be considered to be the single most important option to alert persons with disabilities, without taking into consideration the specific needs of persons who are hearing impaired or deaf. And I'm sure we can all think of other examples, but we won't go there now. Given that the 20-minute slot for this presentation, and since you're already familiar with the key focus areas of each pillar, I will simply, as a backdrop, devote just about 2 minutes to provide a snapshot of the G20 vision. And I think you all know the vision by now, as well as the remaining pillars. But just as a snapshot, for those blind and partially sighted persons, we have on the slide the 5 pillars. In essence, the primary objective of solidarity is to establish a social protection system that seamlessly integrates persons with disabilities and caregivers into all poverty reduction and resilience programs, ensuring that economic safety nets truly reach every member of society. This then segues nicely to the next arm of the vision, that is equality. The objective of which is to dismantle systemic barriers to ensure equitable participation across the economy and governance systems. And key areas here would include demanding access to inclusive education and decent work, bridging the digital divide, fostering accessible science, and ensuring full political representation and gender equity across every level. Our focus on the third arm of the vision, that is sustainability, ensures that disability inclusion is embedded directly into crucial energy transition, climate action, and tourism development. This includes promoting accessible tourism, building inclusive, sustainable agriculture and food systems, and ensuring that transition to green energy includes everyone. Then moving swiftly to the 4th pillar, and recognizing that health and well-being are foundational to dignity and participation, embedding disability inclusion in all health services would be paramount. Finally, governance and justice ties the entire framework together, since true inclusion requires accountability, self-representation, accessible public administration, and equitable access to justice through the entire government system. Now we move to the next slide, which focuses on the emerging cross-sectoral issues I referred to. Now, for the purpose of this discussion, I will use the terms issues or barriers interchangeably to refer to systemic inclusion. As indicated earlier, although there are several barriers that we can think of, I will, by way of a few examples, focus on just 5 of them. And these are the barriers or issues: lack of disability awareness, physical infrastructure, communication, information, attitudinal barriers, and any other barriers you can think of, the digital divide, exclusion from decision-making, and exclusion from disaster risk reduction and humanitarian responses. For each cross-sectoral issue, I will highlight, firstly, a brief problem statement, and secondly, the broad impact of the specific cross-sectoral issue or barrier. We move now to slide 4, and here we begin with the first barrier, the lack of disability awareness. And I think many of you recognize the importance of this. This is in fact fundamental to everything regarding disability. If you don't have awareness of disability, you are not going to respond to their issues, to their needs, to their concerns. The problem here is across all sectors, there's a significant lack of consistent knowledge and mandatory training on disability rights, awareness, and inclusive practice, resulting in pervasive attitudinal barriers. Next slide, and then we come to the cross-sectoral impact. So we look at what is the impact of this then? Because of the lack of disability awareness, inclusive pedagogy is not compulsory in pre-service teacher training, leaving educators underprepared and often overwhelmed and under-supported in classrooms. Attitudinal barriers persist, with some educators still believing that learners with disabilities should belong in special schools. And there results in a policy gap between reality and what's in practice. The lack of training, combined with large class sizes, makes it impossible to attend to diverse learning needs, placing the full responsibility for inclusion on individual educators instead of transforming the entire system. And that's because there's lack of awareness on disability. The effective implementation of the principles of universal design for learning in schools and higher education is either too slow or non-existent. High staff turnover and a lack of disability awareness and disability-specific training in tourism contribute to exclusion. Extension services and training programs are rarely inclusive, inhibiting progress towards inclusive and sustainable agriculture and food systems. The next slide. Employers often engage in tick box diversity hiring practices rather than meeting the skills needs. Law enforcement and judicial personnel often lack specialized training, leading to systemic bias and barriers to accessing justice. There's lack of national transport accessibility standards and lack of emphasis on the implementation of universal design principles. And I think you all know the 7 universal design principles, and I'm not going to go through that. But you know, I've tried to come up with a word or an acronym that encapsulates the principles. And after a lot of struggle, I came up with the following one. EF splits, EFSPLITS, and it refers to equitable, flexible, simple, perceptible information, low physical effort. The I is there just to make up that word. T is for tolerance of error, and simple is space and, to get to that point, yeah. Despite the exponential growth of digital economies, barriers experienced by persons with disabilities include inaccessible infrastructure, unaffordable assistive technology, weak enforcement of accessibility standards, and low digital literacy. Now, women with disabilities continue to experience marginalization in the workplace and in their communities. Also, healthcare practitioners invariably do not respond adequately to the needs of persons with disabilities. Now, you may have observed that I provided several examples for each one of the principles here, or rather for the first barrier. Now, for the next barrier, I'm not going to provide so many examples. I'm going to simply look at just a few. There's something that happened here. Okay, I'm just going to pause a bit. This braille thing moved a bit. Sorry about this. No. Yeah. The only problem is that the surface of this lectern is tilted. So it's difficult to place your device there and actually go through it. So I'm going to let me find that. Slide 3, slide 8, right. 9, cross-sectoral impact, 6, slide 7, okay. Like I said, we're not going to have so many examples, and with that, we move to the next slide, or the cross-sectoral issue or barrier, and that is physical infrastructure, information communication, and attitudinal barriers. Problem statement: physical environments in schools, public spaces, to essential service infrastructure are rarely designed using universal design principles, severely limiting participation and mobility. What's the impact? School infrastructure often fails to meet universal design standards, and learners with disabilities often begin accessing education far too late because schools lack basic infrastructure and assistive devices. We move then to the next slide. The most luxurious properties and transport systems still lack basic accessibility features, such as ramps and accessible entrances. Basic tools and infrastructure in agriculture are rarely designed for persons with disabilities. Inaccessible workplaces and a lack of willingness to offer reasonable accommodation systematically exclude qualified young people with disabilities out of the workplace. And we know that courtrooms, correctional services are not accessible, not only in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of how communication cannot be accessed. And we move then to the next slide, the digital divide. And the problem here is that digital platforms, websites, recruitment systems, e-learning technologies, all across the sectors, consistently fail to comply with universal design standards, deepening the existing digital problem. Cross-sectoral barriers. Learners with disabilities face digital barriers due to inaccessible e-learning platforms and a lack of early digital support. Inaccessible digital platforms and learning environments limit participation in increasingly technology-enabled classrooms. The next slide. The workplace, inaccessible recruitment systems, poorly designed AI, and the absence of disability representation in technology development create significant exclusion. Now, we know that digital booking systems are often absolutely inaccessible. And if you can't get to that situation, you can't book, obviously you can't go on your journey. We then move to the next barrier or issue, exclusion from decision making. And what we all know, nothing about us without us. What's the problem here? Persons with disabilities, especially organizations of persons with disabilities, are constantly excluded from the high-level policy, governance, and accountability spaces where rules and budgets are determined, leading to systemic invisibility and a significant policy to practice gap. What's the cross-sectoral impact of this? There's a policy practice gap where frameworks exist, but implementation remains weak. And this has had resonance in just about every workstream engagement we've come across. And I heard this comment yesterday as well. Implementation is weak, and we need to focus on that. A lack of disability disaggregated data makes learners and workers invisible in planning and accountability systems. Experts with disabilities in tourism and agriculture are often excluded from procurement opportunities and industry design processes. And the last sectoral issue or barrier is the exclusion from disaster reduction and humanitarian responses. The problem here is persons with disabilities are consistently overlooked in disaster preparedness, risk reduction, and emergency response planning, leading to higher rates of industry, injury, fatality, and suffering during crises. What's the impact? Emergency protocols, evacuation plans, and warning systems fail to account for the needs of persons with mobility, sensory, or cognitive impairments, putting their lives at risk. In terms of information and communication barriers, disaster warnings, public health announcements, and relief information are rarely provided in accessible formats, including sign language, plain language, braille, audio, digital, thereby denying critical, potentially life-saving information. Shelters and distribution points for food and water, medical aid are frequently inaccessible, and relief personnel lack the training to provide specialized support, thereby excluding persons with disabilities from essential aid. Exclusion from community-level disaster planning meetings means that local knowledge and expertise of persons with disabilities are ignored, weakening overall community resilience. As a result of their injuries, learners with disabilities would experience difficulties in attending classes. Disaster-related deaths of employees with disabilities would mean that their dependents would experience serious hardships. The health and well-being of persons with disabilities would be negatively impacted. I'm sure you now appreciate that the issues or barriers are not mutually exclusive. They are cross-sectoral. I've discussed 5 barriers. There are obviously other barriers. For example, lack of accessible and inclusive public services, and I think many of us can identify with that. Insufficient and inconsistent funding for disability-specific initiatives. Again, we can identify with that. Critical data gaps and lack of disaggregated data. Attitudinal and societal misconceptions and stigma. Apparent lack of coherent interministerial or intersectoral coordination. in other words, working in silos, and weak enforcement and accountability mechanisms. Now, in conclusion, we all know that despite global progress and commitments, such as the CRPD, persons with disabilities, along with women and youth, remain systematically excluded from key sectors. We have certainly come a long way, but there is a longer, more challenging road ahead. This conference demonstrates just how the various organizations of persons with disabilities, as well as key partners, can coalesce to speak with a unified voice on key issues. We have to maintain the momentum. We have to move from vision to action. We certainly cannot. And here I quote the first stanza of a poem by Edgar Albert Guest, which reads, "When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're traveling seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit." Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moodley, for outlining in perfect terms a great deal of need that we need to address in this process, and that I really hope we translate into the years ahead in making disability inclusive in society, not on the sidelines. On that note, we have run later than anticipated. I've been requested that we have a break. We have a 20-minute break now until 11:20. We will return then for the next panel discussion, which will be leveraging G20 rotational presidency to advance disability inclusion. We also would like to say thank you and say our farewell to the Deputy Minister for joining us. Thank you for taking time this morning. Good colleagues, may I call you back to your seats? We are very excited for this next program item. Colleagues, without further ado, it is a distinct pleasure to introduce Africa Tikkun Orange Farm dancers. You see the able, that the
I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, you say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. We are glorious. The sharpest words wanna cut me down. I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets, it's my spirit. Well, fire away. I won't let the streets in. We are bursting through the barricades. Won't let them break. I know that there's a place. Oh, yeah. Sharp spurs wanna cut me down. I'm gonna send a blood, gonna drown a mind. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. This is me.
The dancers of Africa Tikkun Orange Farm. The dancers of Africa Tikkun Orange Farm dancers, see the able, not the label. Please, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, another round of applause. Now that should inspire you to focus your minds for our next session. I ask your indulgence as we set the stage for our panel. Please, would you put on your translation headphones? One of our speakers will be speaking in Portuguese. It's one of the channels. I think it's channel 2. You're going to have to stand.
Thank you. Is it okay?
Oh, we have another wheelchair.
Okay, so maybe I'll just.
You're just going to ask you to hold on to that. Need a second mic.
Okay. It's still morning. Okay, we good? Good morning. Good morning. I thought after the dance, we will all be vibrant, ready to listen to what it means to leverage G20 structures to enhance the conversation around disability inclusion. My name is Miriam Denge. I work at International Disability Alliance. I'm going to be your moderator for this panel. This morning, Her Excellency Deputy Minister spoke about the structure of the G20. And now that in 2025, we are for the first time, the G20 in African soil under the South African presidency. Last year, we had G20 in Brazil. Next year, we'll have it in the United States of America. The previous years, we had Indonesia, we had India, and this shows that we need to organize better. So for us to discuss how do we sustain the momentum, Modi told us, regardless of how the road looks like, we should not lose hope. We must sustain the momentum. And therefore, for this particular conversation, we are going to be discussing how do we sustain the momentum. I'm privileged to have my esteemed panelists from my left side, from Brazil, Laura Sota Santana, from Africa, Disability Forum, President Idris Maiga, from South Africa, Lubabalu Beki, and far left is Mercy Roth from World Institute on Disability from United States of America. Like I've mentioned, our conversation is going to focus on how do we sustain the momentum, given that next year we'll have the US presidency. 2027, we're likely going to have the United Kingdom. So how do we ensure what we have achieved in Brazil, what we have achieved here in South Africa continues in other countries? So to start us off, I would like to start with Brazil as the immediate host of the former host of the presidency, the G20 presidency. Lara, you participated in last year's Brazil presidency and ensured that disability remained a political priority for G20 under the Brazilian presidency. What are some of the lessons that you learned from that process? How did you ensure that disability remained a core agenda throughout the process?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am going to speak Portuguese so that you can listen to my language. And, bom, vou começar então falando um pouquinho em português. Meu nome é Lara, eu sou uma mulher negra com cabelos cacheados, com luzes na altura dos ombros. Hoje eu tô com uma calça preta, uma blusa preta e um blazer rosa. Eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência visual e eu tô me sentindo muito feliz e honrada em estar aqui na África do Sul para compartilhar um pouquinho de tudo que a gente produziu lá no Brasil e ver esse resultado, né? Como isso frutificou aqui na África é motivo de muito orgulho para nós aqui do Brasil. Hoje eu represento o Instituto Jô Clemente, que foi quem idealizou o D20 lá no Brasil. E para responder a sua pergunta propriamente, eu diria que o que foi super importante, para além da sistematização, né, da criação e da estrutura do D20, é o fato de que nós participamos do G Social lá no Brasil. Nós tivemos uma conferência, assim como essa que está acontecendo aqui. Houve um processo longo de 6 meses de preparação para que nós, pessoas com deficiência, pudéssemos protagonizar esse momento, porque a gente entende que existem barreiras simbólicas, sociais e políticas, e que iniciativas como o D20 vão, de alguma forma, transpor essas barreiras. Então, lá no Brasil, a gente preparou, então, as pessoas com deficiência para essas discussões, por meio de formação, preparação e escuta. Também houve a necessidade de trazer para esses temas de discussão letramento, para que a gente tivesse um debate muito mais aprofundado sobre os temas que são importantes para nós, pessoas com deficiência, porque a gente fala sobre o protagonismo, a gente não pode esquecer do nada sobre nós sem nós, que é algo global realmente, né? Globalmente, a gente precisa garantir as nossas participações políticas. Então, mais do que contar toda essa história, porque eu acho que a gente não tem tempo suficiente, a ideia foi entregar recomendações para o governo e não só fazendo isso numa conferência como essa, mas também participando do G Social, que aconteceu dias depois lá no Brasil, na cidade do Rio de Janeiro.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lara, for giving us an update of what happened in Brazil last year. Reflecting of what happened last year and what is happening now. Lubabalu Mbeki, what lessons did you learn from Brazil, and how did those lessons inform what we are seeing here today and what has been happening since December 2024 to now November 2025?
Thank you, Miriam. I think it's safe to say there's quite a number of lessons that we have learned. It's been a journey, but specifically from our colleagues in Brazil, around this very same time, last year, we were sitting on a panel with Lara, and I think she was moderator then. And we were sitting in rooms with the colleagues, Desiana, and I must say the process was quite so complicated. For us, we just heard about this G20 and well, we were invited by the colleagues from Brazil, but we were trying so hard in a very short space of time to learn about this process, but I must say it was very, very complex for one to learn it in days or weeks or a month. But one of the very important lessons that we took, and this has been the call from our colleagues from Institute de Clemente, Desiana and Stella, to really stamp it on our heads that the process is about unifying the voices of persons with disabilities for broader participation within the G20 process. I think that has been a very important lesson to say this process is not about an individual glory within the G20 process. That was the great lesson that we could capture because as organizations, I think this is something that happens across all sectors, not necessarily confined to the disability sector. There's a temptation because we need so much, and whatever that comes, we see it as an opportunity for ourselves and to an opportunity to advance our own interests. And the moment you fall into that temptation, you have already fell in the cracks, and you don't meet the G20 principles of inclusive participation, because eventually you will sideline others because you don't like them, or because you have been enemies or you have been competitors. So I think that has been the very important lesson that we could capture in the process. The other lesson that we have learned, and I think we've dealt with it quite beautifully in the process within South Africa, is the one of making persons with disabilities themselves to shape the agenda. They need to be shapers of the agenda. We must shy away from making persons with disabilities. And when I'm saying persons with disabilities, I'm mentioning all stakeholders, including individuals within the disability sector. We need to shy away of trying to make people, always making people recipients. So that was another lesson that we will take from Brazil. And how we dealt with it in South Africa is that from the process, from the onset, we had to navigate of people that we've never thought that we would be able to work with in terms of like unifying, you know, find ways. We had to remind ourselves now and again, if I haven't been friends with Andrew, we needed to remind each other that the ultimate goal is to have unified voices, not about ourselves. So with shaping the agenda, you will see a reflection from the work streams. We have adopted 12 work streams from the 14 work streams of the G20. So we have mirrored the working groups of the G20, but only took 12. All 12 of them are led and co-facilitated and participated by persons with disabilities themselves. So they have been the one who have been shaping the agenda. The outcomes of the call for action has been through the voices, the facilitation, and you can go on and look even the reflection of the steering committees, the structures, the research team, the technical team, and everybody. We just had a decision to make that the process should be, and the agenda should be set by persons with disabilities themselves. Obviously, by that, I think it's important to mention that we're not saying we want to work as persons with disabilities only ourselves, you know. We also need to realize the diversity that is needed from all people that are interested in the disability inclusion agenda. So Miriam, there's quite a few. I can have the whole day on the lessons, and I can only appreciate our colleagues who are here, Lara and everybody else, Daisiana from Brazil.
Thank you so much, Lubabalu. I think it's very clear that the conversation must continue. You cannot work in isolation, that the previous host is always important to have the conversation with the next host. And even as previous hosts, you will continue to having the conversation because there has to be continuity for us to continue ensuring that disability remains a political agenda within the G20. we move to African Disability Forum. Idris Maiga. This is the first time that G20 is being hosted in African soil under the South African presidency. The African Union joined the G20 in 2023. What does this mean for Africa with all the member states of the African Union?
Merci beaucoup, Myriam. Je suis Idriss Maïga Zuma. Je suis africain de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Je viens du Niger. Je suis en fauteuil roulant. J'ai 52 ans. Je suis gros, je suis noir. Je suis habillé en bleu. Je porte un bonnet bleu. Je suis, tout comme bon africain, je suis polygame. Je suis le président du Forum africain. Je suis le président du Forum africain des personnes handicapées, qui est l'organisation continentale qui représente, qui a en son sein 9 organisations continentales, 4 organisations sous-régionales et 44 fédérations des pays membres de l'Union africaine. Pour revenir à votre question, quel profit, qu'est-ce que nous allons tirer du G20? Merci pour l'opportunité que vous nous offrez, donc au nom des personnes handicapées. Et nous tenons à remercier la présidence du G20 pour cette invitation. C'est un signal fort qui reconnaît notre rôle essentiel dans la construction des sociétés résilientes. Le thème de cette année est favoriser la solidarité, l'égalité et le développement durable. Ce thème résonne pour les 1,3 milliard personnes handicapées comme une occasion, une opportunité assez excellente, et dont les 80 000 personnes handicapées d'Afrique. La pleine participation des personnes handicapées n'est pas seulement une question de droits humains, c'est un impératif économique et social. Nous saluons particulièrement l'objectif crucial d'inscrire les priorités du continent africain à l'ordre du jour du G20. Cette perspective est ambitieuse. Il est essentiel que les préoccupations des millions de personnes handicapées vivant en Afrique soient pleinement intégrées. Une véritable solidarité peut s'exprimer ne peut s'exprimer sans exclure les personnes vulnérables. Une égalité réelle doit englober les citoyens et un développement durable ne se concevra qu'avec la participation active de l'ensemble de la société. La déclaration mondiale Disability-20 définit l'agenda mondial identifiant les enjeux prioritaires pour les membres, notamment l'emploi, l'éducation, l'inclusion numérique, la participation politique, l'égalité des genres et la protection sociale. L'Union africaine, comme tu l'as si bien dit, qui est membre du G20, compte 54 pays. Et sur les 54, le Forum africain regroupe 44 pays. La déclaration constitue un outil supplémentaire pour poursuivre un plaidoyer en faveur de l'inclusion des personnes handicapées. Je tiens également à souligner, en tant que mouvement des personnes handicapées en Afrique, récemment devenu membre observateur auprès de la Commission des droits de l'homme et des peuples, nous disposons d'une déclaration dite de Nairobi, adoptée l'année dernière, qui s'aligne sur les engagements mondiaux. Le Forum africain, alors que nous intensifions notre campagne pour garantir la ratification sur tout le continent du protocole pour le droit des personnes handicapées, des engagements mondiaux, notamment la déclaration des dirigeants du G20, la déclaration du D20 facilite notre travail. Nous utiliserons ces espaces et continuer à demander des comptes à nos gouvernements. La présidence tournante du G20 est une opportunité unique. Chaque pays qui assume cette responsabilité peut imprimer une dynamique et mettre la lumière sur des priorités nouvelles. Nous encourageons le président actuel et les présidents futurs à utiliser ce levier. Intégrer le handicap de manière transversale. L'inclusion ne doit pas être annexe à l'ordre du jour, mais un filtre appliqué à toutes les priorités du G20, y compris celles portant sur le développement en Afrique, la transition numérique, le travail, la protection sociale, le financement climatique et la réforme des architectures financières mondiales. Une approche nothing for us without us. Rien pour nous sans nous doit guider ces réflexions afin de promouvoir des investissements ciblés. Nous appelons à des investissements dans les infrastructures accessibles, des technologies assistives abordables et une éducation inclusive. Briser les barrières environnementales et attitudinales libère un potentiel économique et créatif immense pour l'Afrique. Renforcer la collecte des données désagrégées par le handicap sans données précises des personnes handicapées reste invisible dans les politiques publiques. Le G20 peut promouvoir des standards dans un suivi efficace des progrès vers les objectifs de développement durable en ne laissant personne de côté. En conclusion, la présidente tournante du G20 n'est pas seulement une fonction procédurale, c'est une forme puissante pour impulser un changement global en faisant de l'inclusion des personnes handicapées une priorité tangible et mesurable dans l'agenda africain. L'Afrique du Sud peut laisser un héritage durable, celui d'un G20 véritablement inclusif, où la diversité humaine est reconnue comme une force motrice de développement durable, de la solidarité et de l'égalité. C'est pourquoi je souhaite aborder la question de l'inclusion des personnes handicapées au sein des G20. Nous savons que le G20 recèle un grand potentiel, mais sans la participation des personnes handicapées, son programme ne sera pas inclusif. C'est pourquoi le Forum africain des personnes handicapées réaffirme l'importance d'un groupe de travail sur l'inclusion des personnes handicapées et la reconnaissance de D20 comme un groupe de dialogue officiel chargé de promouvoir l'inclusion des personnes handicapées au sein du G20 et de garantir la consultation des personnes handicapées dans l'élaboration de ce programme. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Idris. It's important that the outcome of the G20 complements the other outcomes and the global political commitments that we have had throughout this year and even in the previous years. Before moving to the present and the future, I'm coming back to you, Lara. You had a call for action as part of your outcomes for last year. It has been a year since we held the G20 under the Brazil presidency. How have you ensured that there is implementation, so that beyond the outcomes that were discussed, agreed on, and handed over, that there has been implementation over the last 1 year?
Bom, Miriam, obrigada pela pergunta. Antes de responder, eu quero aproveitar e comentar que o Instituto João Clemente produziu uma metodologia de trabalho e a gente trouxe alguns exemplares impressos, como esse que eu estou segurando aqui, e vocês podem procurar o pessoal do Brasil para pegar uma cópia ou também conseguir esse material no formato online. Porque o desejo é que esse documento, na verdade, possa ser utilizado em outros espaços políticos, né? Globais, como, por exemplo, o GDS, ou as atividades que acontecem na ONU, COP, e todas essas atividades que fomentam a participação das pessoas com deficiência na política, né? Agora, indo para sua pergunta propriamente, o que a gente tem no Brasil para acompanhar o andamento das atividades e os desdobramentos do que aconteceu depois do D20 no ano passado? A participação das pessoas com deficiência em conselhos, a formação, né, de lideranças, das pessoas com deficiência também mais conectadas em rede, e que elas estejam sempre participando de atividades políticas para cobrar isso dos governos, né? Então, a gente entende que quanto mais empoderadas as pessoas com deficiência estiverem, mais elas vão poder exercer os seus direitos e cobrar aquilo que não está sendo feito ainda. Então, as recomendações que a gente produziu lá no ano passado foram entregues para autoridades brasileiras, e existe, óbvio, né, algumas expectativas quando o D20 foi estruturado, né? A expectativa de que seja uma atividade perene, de que a metodologia desenvolvida ali com o protagonismo das pessoas com deficiência, discutindo diversas áreas, né, os 10 grupos de trabalho que acontecem e aparecem no C20, possam permanecer e continuarem em outros espaços, como eu comentei. E também existe o desejo de que o D20 se torne um grupo de engajamento oficial no G20, né? E por que toda essa ênfase, né, na nossa pauta, na pauta das pessoas com deficiência? Porque a gente ainda precisa de políticas afirmativas. A gente precisa que as pessoas com deficiência estejam ocupando de fato todos os espaços e que elas estejam presentes nas tomadas de decisão. Nós não queremos subrepresentatividade, nós queremos, de fato, estar presente nas tomadas de decisão, porque é o que a gente tem falado aqui, o nada sobre nós sem nós, ele precisa de fato acontecer. E para isso, a gente precisa construir isso coletivamente, também com os nossos aliados, as pessoas com deficiência sem deficiência são aliados importantes, e a gente precisa também pensar a respeito das interseccionalidades. Esse é um aspecto muito importante e a gente também fala muito que tudo isso produz uma postura, uma cultura anticapacitista. A gente precisa combater capacitismo e a participação das pessoas com deficiência nas atividades políticas, nas tomadas de decisão, é um elemento muito importante que historicamente nos foi negado e que a gente está agora tentando, de alguma forma, produzir esse aspecto de reparação histórica. Então, para isso, lá no Brasil, a gente tem a própria militância, né, o ativismo, né, das pessoas com deficiência, o movimento social, buscando, provocando, fomentando discussão, produzindo debate, e a gente fala muito sobre a importância de termos um debate mais aprofundado. Acho que, não sei se você se sentiu contemplada.
Yes, Lara, thank you so much. I think you've highlighted that it's important to have disability inclusion formalized and institutionalized within G20 as a form of accountability mechanism. That is the establishment of the Disability Inclusion Working Group, as well as the recognition of the Disability-20 as a formal engagement group. You've also highlighted the importance of coalition building, not just within OPD, but with other organizations that are advancing the human rights agenda. Moving now from the past and the present, we move to the present and to the future. Lubabalu, I'm coming back to you. The next host is the United States of America. And you're seated right next to the next host. What are some of the lessons that you are handing over to the United States of America to continue advancing the agenda of disability inclusion within G20?
Thanks once again, Miriam. I'll do the assignment with great pleasure. My friend, my colleague, I've been asked to speak to you and give you some advices, right? We had a chat yesterday, a quick chat, and I'm sure we're still gonna have a lot more number of conversations so that we can support you with whatever that you need to take the task and advance it forward. Number one, for those who are football fans, there's a slogan by, I think, Liverpool. You will never walk alone. So that is for us, for you. I think the first thing from South Africa, and I'm also roping our colleagues, I think from Brazil, that is from the bottom of our hearts, you'll never walk alone. The first thing that would want to advise you immediately, you know, I don't know when you are leaving, but we would like to host you as long as we can here in South Africa. But the minute you take your flight to the US and land right there at home, just have some quick short rest with the jet lag, and make sure that you are fresh and ready for a task. But I think you need to understand that 1 year is a very short space of time. That is one thing that we could immediately learn. And you need to build on those bridges very early, because the period, everything is happening so fast in the process. And as I was saying earlier, there's a lot of things to learn and navigate around during this 1 year. My colleagues will tell you about a lot of things. One way, the other time you thought you got it right, and then something else, boom, comes from nowhere that you don't know how it came from. There's other things that are also not happening around the disability space, but they also affect you. For example, in South Africa, just in the beginning of the year, there was a big issue of the C20. For those who have learned in the process, C20 couldn't start in South Africa because there was a huge contestation within C20. And then, but we couldn't really go forward. So those are things and challenges that you will experience. But the earlier you start, the better. And as you start, we had a few goals that we have set for ourselves, right? And this, I want to give it clearly to you. One was the first of the goals that we wanted to achieve was to make sure that in the process, we wanted the reflection of the voices and priorities of persons with disabilities within the D20 process. And I think in this room, we can all agree we have achieved that goal. The C20 policy packs are reflecting our voices. We have been part also of the team that is helping. They've termed our colleagues knowledge partners so that we can assist in the terminologies and the inclusion of persons with disabilities, which is then fed in the G20 outcome documents. But there is one other goal, and I think we need to be clear about this. We said amongst ourselves, as a team, as a colleague, as a collective, we want to see the D20 in the South African presidency, G20 presidency, being recognized as a formal engagement group. That is what we were asking for. But we also had a provision because we understood that some of the things on the challenges, because formal recognitions contains a lot of things, you know, the process, what has been done, and all of that. And also there's also a political arena around those things, right? But we said, because we understood the possibilities of being and not being. So we said, if it doesn't happen in South Africa, that D20 is not formally being recognized, we want to hand over the process in a much better place and position. If I were to put percentages, at least 90% possibilities. So for you is to just say to the G20 presidency, endorse the D20 initiative, and then you have a yes. Otherwise, all documentation, evidence, structures, processes have been set, and the standards have been set for D20 to be formally recognized. So we're handing over that task to you. The third advice that I would want to, maybe the last one, Miriam, is that the realization that D20 is a global platform. So what you build in the US, it needs to resonate with the people in Washington, your locality, Detroit, but always remember it must also resonate with the people across the world and all disability movements in the G20 member countries. Thank you. I hope then that I've answered your call, Miriam.
Thank you so much, Lubabalu. Mercy, Lubabalu has told you that you will never walk alone. The iPad is good. This iPad fell. Mercy, you said? Okay. Lubabalu has affirmed that you'll never walk alone. He has also said that the process should have a global looking, meaning that we are here to support across the globe. Tell us, how are you organizing to ensure that the 250 in the room becomes 1,000 in a room in the US? That's your next assignment. Tell us how you're organizing as organizations of persons with disabilities for this assignment.
Thank you, Miriam, and thank you to my wonderful colleagues and now friends. Distinguished colleagues, friends, partners, and leaders across the world, I am deeply honored to be here with you today in Johannesburg for this historic D20 leadership transition. Today is not simply a handoff from one nation to another. It is a continuation of a global movement grounded in justice, equity, human rights, and the undeniable truth that disability leadership is essential to the success of the G20. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Disabled People South Africa, the African Disability Forum, the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, the International Disability Alliance, and every organizer who has made this gathering possible. And thanks to each of you here for your very warm welcome. I'm also grateful to work alongside a mighty community across the US who will come together throughout 2026 to lead the D20 forward. I will look to the American Association of People with Disabilities, the National Council on Independent Living, the National Council on Disability, the Partnership for Inclusive Disaster Strategies, the U.S. International Coalition on Disability, the Consortium for Constituents with Disabilities, and so many other disability-led organizations and our allies whose voices strengthen our collective power. This includes our allies in civil society, government, business, higher ed, the faith communities, and so many more. We will easily bring 1,000 people together next year at this time. I think we're going to bring more. Disability leaders in the United States ride on a foundation built by disability leaders in Brazil, who launched the D20 with courage and vision, and South Africa, who strengthened it with unity and determination. As we accept this responsibility, we do so knowing that we will pass this leadership baton to the United Kingdom in 1 year, continuing a powerful chain of global disability leadership. This moment is more than ceremonial. It is a declaration that disabled people must not only have a permanent seat at the global table, but a permanent role in leading at that table. A declaration that successful G20 governance depends on disability leadership. A declaration that nothing about us must evolve into nothing without us ever again. How many of you join me as fans of the great poet Bruce Springsteen? Anybody? Are you fans of Bruce Springsteen? Yeah. The boss reminds us, no retreat, baby, no surrender. Those words capture the spirit of our global movement. We refuse retreat. We refuse surrender. We claim our power. My commitment to this work comes from many places. As a proudly disabled woman, parent of 2 amazing disabled adult children, and grandparent of an amazing 7-year-old who is already owning her power as a disabled girl child. It also comes from decades of fighting for accessibility and rights throughout frameworks like the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It comes from my leadership at the World Institute on Disability, a global disability-led organization founded in the early disability rights movement by the mother of the disability rights movement, Judy Heumann, the father of the independent living movement, Ed Roberts. And it comes from my work inside government systems, including establishing our Federal Emergency Management Agency's Office of Disability Integration and Coordination under President Obama, and representing the United States in the development of the first framework under the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And it comes from standing shoulder to shoulder with disabled leaders worldwide who have carried this movement forward with strength and passion despite relentless barriers and setbacks. The G20 nations represent 85% of the global economy. Their decisions shape the future for billions, including 1.3 billion people with disabilities worldwide, whose leadership must drive global progress. As the US disability community takes on D20 leadership, we have many challenges ahead. Despite the bumpy road ahead, I commit to centering disability-led organizations as engines of global change, ensuring disability leaders contribute to policy, governance, and accessibility, busting silos that separate disability from climate, public health, aging, humanitarian action, technology, and economic development, and those barriers that still persist within our own community. I vow to strengthen solidarity across the global South and global North, and continuing to build a unified D20 that we will proudly hand to the United Kingdom and then ride with them to take the D20 forward. Our number one priority is clear. Disabled people must not merely be included in the G20. Our leadership must be recognized as essential to G20's success. Global equality requires advancing disability inclusion everywhere. We must build education systems centered on building the leadership of people with intellectual disabilities, people who are deaf, people who are blind, people who are deafblind, neurodivergent students, and all who will be left behind without accessibility to quality, inclusive education. Access must include mental health, reproductive health, culturally competent care, and fully accessible and affordable systems for all people with disabilities. As the civil society representative on the United Nations Early Warnings for All Advisory Panel, I insist early warnings that are inaccessible are not early and not warnings. We must co-design climate resilience and disaster risk reduction systems with disabled people in every community. We must end poverty-level disability benefits, eliminate discriminatory wage systems, and invest in disability-led economic development. This includes unwavering commitment to intersectionality, because we know that people with disabilities have many identities. The next frontier of global justice lies at the intersection of assistive technology, digital public infrastructure, and artificial intelligence. The D20 must invest in disability-led innovation, ensuring AI systems include disability accessibility and anti-bias protection from the start. Fund accessible technologies that support communication, mobility, safety, and independence. Scale disability-led platforms like my own Infinite Access platform. Guarantee that no AI system discriminates in hiring, healthcare, housing, education, or anything else. We must declare globally, the future of technology will be inclusive because people with disabilities are involved in every aspect of building it. We cannot ignore political polarization in many G20 nations, including my own, but disability is not political, it is universal. If people live long enough, disability will touch every family, every community, every country. This gives us unique power, the power to build common ground. The World Institute on Disability will continue to build bridges across divides. We've never backed away from difficult political landscapes, and we never will. This movement is not defined by any one nation. It is defined by our global solidarity. We need the collective power of all G20 nations. We need fully resourced disability-led organizations. We need emerging leaders to see themselves at every level of decision-making. And above all, we need to stick together and affirm A G20 without disability leadership cannot succeed. Nothing without us, ever again. South Africa, thank you for your extraordinary leadership. Brazil, thank you for igniting this movement. And to the United Kingdom and the rest of the D20, we look forward to working alongside you as you prepare to carry the D20 forward. Together, we lead. Together, we innovate. Together, we build a world that finally reflects the leadership of people with disabilities. No retreat, baby. No surrender. Nothing without us, ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Masiroth. And I'm aware the program director has been signaling me that we need to wind up. And just to summarize, the key pointers for the panel is that for disability inclusion to remain a political priority within G20, we must start with the institutionalization of disability within G20. And that calls for Disability Inclusion Working Group, that calls for disability engagement, D20 to be recognized as a formal mechanism, engagement mechanism, and that calls for solidarity regardless of the presidency that is hosting G20. And that calls for resourcing of OPDs, that calls for coalition building. Thank you very much, my esteemed panelists.
I think this is going to be a first for me to announce at a conference. Would those of you who have not yet checked out of your hotel rooms, please raise your hands. Anybody here that has not yet checked out of their hotel room? Please, the hotel has asked us to have you come through to check out. They have to turn the rooms around for the next arriving guests. So if there's any of you who have not yet checked out of your hotel rooms, please, we ask you to leave the auditorium now to get that sorted out. Volunteers from the Secretariat will be at the door to assist you. We ask that you attempt to be back by 10 to 1 as we intend to have the handover take place then. Out of respect to the program and the next panel, we will proceed with that now. Sorry, I have to make this announcement. So again, if you have not checked out of your hotel room, please will you go do so right now. Thank you. Our next panel is Civil Society Leadership in South Africa, Unified Voices from South Africa's Disability Movement. This is a panel. I introduce our moderator, Professor Jacqueline de Matos Alla, or as I like to know her, Jackie Alla. Prof, please come to the stage.
Oh, this is cool. I don't get.
We're going to wire you up.
Oh, no. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Hi, I'm Becky. Nice to meet you.
Good, I'm Luba.
Hi, Luba. Okay. Every time I look at this panel, it changes. This panel was good. I was going to get everybody to introduce when I asked.
Okay, okay, sure. Cool.
Just look,
Yeah,
I'm so
I
sorry.
think that's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Mm. Mhm. Okay. Okay, so we can keep the program, and we're mindful that there is a handover officially in about 20 minutes time. And so welcome to the final panel discussion. Today, I'm not going to say very much. I'm Jackie Allah. I'm an associate professor at WITS in international relations. So in the really, really fun places and spaces in the world, I get to go, and with an Arabic last name. So at the moment, there are some places that I am not allowed to go to because of, a lot of the things that I do, but this is not part of this. Today, I'm here because I am a atypical person, neurodivergent person, and I am the mother of 2 children that are also very neurodivergent. And in this final wrap up, we're going to speak to South African civil society because we have to admit that in South Africa, we have the best civil society. Okay. It was a civil society that helped us fight against apartheid. It was a civil society that joined together when the government refused to take action against HIV. And we have always had a very strong disability rights civil society that is so really, really important in a world where the rights of people with disability in many sectors are being rolled back. And we are mindful of the access that we have. So I'm going to ask, I just needed to describe myself as well. I am apparently short. I've got dark hair, which curls a lot, especially in rainy weather. I wear glasses, and today I am trying to dress warm in jeans and a jersey. I may have estimated how cold it was going to be. And that's me. And I'm going to ask my panelists to please introduce themselves and where they come from, and to say a bit about their organizations, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Lubaba Lombegi. I'm part of the D20 management team and also steering committee. I'm a Black person wearing spectacles, always having my head shaved, cheese sculpt if you like. I've got both of my legs amputated, so I'm using prostheses and crutches. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Jerry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jerry Makakula, the president of CHACSA, which is an organization advocating for persons with disabilities when it comes to issues of transport. I'm a tall guy, light in complexion. I'm a Swati boy wearing a navy blue shirt. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Scholar. I'm wearing navy blue top and black jeans and pair of sneakers because they're comfortable. I wear glasses and I have dark hair, which is graying a bit, it's going gray a bit too fast for my liking. I wear spectacles as well. I am the founder and CEO of the Stroke Survivor Foundation. I had a stroke 17 years ago, and I'm also a member and sit on the exec of South African Disability Alliance.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and it's great to be here, all of us. So I'm going to ask each one of you our first question. As civil society, how do we ensure meaningful representation of people with disability, not just presence, but real influence and leadership, as in the South African context?
Thank you, Prof. I just would maybe mention a few things that, just the two things that come to my mind. And that is having ourselves organized as a sector. For a longest time, we have been operating in silos, one doing the other on his own corner. Whilst that is important because we also have like specific mandates as organizations, but there is a point from time to time that it requires us to have a unified voice, and that unified voice requires us to be organized. Otherwise, in whatever that we are fighting for, our voices got lost in the air, and no one is taking us seriously in the process because they, whoever needs to be listening to us, said they heard about that from there and there, but there's no solid and very strong unified voice. So as a sector. But the second thing, Prof, that I can also mention is that whilst we need to strengthen and be solid, and hopefully this process has given us and enlightened us about a new or a revived opportunity, because to some extent, I think this need was being there, the movement in the sector was there, but it needs to be revived and reignited. But also as a sector, I think it is important to say, while we are as a disability sector, we are also part of the broader civil society. So we also need to ally ourselves with people that can support our cause and even share our plight in our absence. I think maybe let me stop there, Prof. But I think those are things that we need as persons with disabilities.
Thank you. Yeah, those are really good, especially as you mentioned last time in the last panel that solidarity is a really important component of the D20 process. Okay, Jerry, on to you.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. I think for the disability sector to be able to implement and provide leadership, we need to operate from a principle called common good principles. Common good principles speaks to solidarity and co-creation. Co-creation simply says to us we can be able to achieve sustainability and equitable society approach if we follow the common good practice. Civil society lead the agenda in unifying the disability sector with others if we are to achieve universal access. Then the themes of solidarity, sustainability, and equality can guide leadership when representing persons with disabilities. What are the principles of common good? Common good simply says for all the NGOs, they need to understand that there are a bridging gap between government and civil society. But now, if we're gonna operate using the mandate of the organization instead of using the common good principles, we are going to lose the plot as a civil society. We need to be able to say, as NGOs, as much as we've got our vision and mission and principles, but what is the function? Is to close the gap between what government cannot do and what civil society can do in order to close the gap which the government cannot close. Thank you.
Thank you. George.
Hi. Just as a disclaimer, I have been asked to fill in for Charlene Castle 20 minutes ago, so I'm a little unprepared and reading somebody else's notes, so please, some indulgence. So in terms of representation and inclusion, meaningful representation requires structural change, not symbolic inclusion. The movement must shift from inviting people into sharing power. To achieve this, lived experiences must be recognized as expertise. People with psychosocial, intellectual, neurological, and invisible disabilities must be placed directly into leadership, research, and decision-making roles, not only invited to speak after decisions are made. Participation platforms must be permanent, funded, and accessible, and civil society must model inclusion internally. Representation becomes real influence when persons with disabilities are co-designers, co-decision makers, and access to across all structures that shape their lives.
Okay. If you as civil society could align the G20 to one transformative national priority for disability inclusion in South Africa, what would you like it to be? You can take a while if you want to think, but okay. Okay.
Prof, I think it will be very imperative for civil society to understand how did we get to these three themes. These three themes actually derived from what I started speaking about, of the common good. If you look at the principles of the common good, it's actually saying all government structures should be put in place programs and plans which is actually support or benefits society. So it moves away from a politician becoming self-serving. If we can understand the purpose, the definition of the common good, it says you do something in order to benefit the next person or society. That's how I will respond to that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in our opinion, the biggest gap is implementation. South Africa has a very strong commitment on paper, but lived reality is not shifted. So the key gaps are no measurable cross-departmental targets, inaccessible economic systems across transport, digital platforms, training, and enterprise support. No coordinated national economic inclusion strategy. And for civil society, drive a unified national roadmap with timelines, budgets, and accountability. Monitor progress publicly. Partner with business councils, SETAs, and clusters. And lastly, use lived experience to redesign programs.
Yes, yes, Prof. So my response from learning throughout the process, especially as civil society, I think there's a learning that I captured on how other civil society did it. They have owned their own space. And I think it's the first thing that I would advance for as civil society to be given the space to own their own space, right? And move, and there should be a move away from that this should be done, A, B, and C should be done for civil society. The architecture of the civil society process must be that civil society need to establish their own systems, programs, and they need to be supported to implement those programs, not the other way around. Someone, because then in that way, and I think it's one of the lessons that I learned from Brazil, that in that way, and this is something that kept coming, we're sharing amongst each other. If you let, for example, government, as much as you want everything from government, lead your process, then your outcomes will be flawed, and anyone else leading your process, the ultimate outcomes will be flawed, because then they will be biased and they will not 100% advance your cause, because they will be taking care of their interests, but rather have your own table and say, this is what our program and agenda is, but they needs to be supported then by government, and that is the architecture of how the civil society must operate, and not being told what to do.
Okay, thank you. That's really great that you're reflecting on how you got here, learning from Brazil. And so my final question is aspirational, because we've reflected on where we've been and where we are, but I would like us to think about now as civil society, where do we want to go? So what would a truly inclusive South Africa look like in 2030? And what must civil society do to get us there? I mean, if from each of your organizations, you know who your who the people you represent are, you know where we are, you've learned from different contexts, civil society here, and we all live in different contexts, different spaces, face different challenges. But looking forward, where do we want to be going, and how do we think we should get there? And you can tailor it to the context that you work with.
Prof, from Taxa's view, I think I'll inspire to see the disability sector forming a federation of South African federations, so that all these organizations with their different mandate can actually come together and form a national federation of persons with disabilities in making sure that we believe in one common good of serving and supporting the disability sector as opposed to organizational differences and vision and mission. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Prof. I had to close my eyes for a
Yeah.
second, and
Yes,
because I'm one person who works with imagination.
Yes, me too.
So, Prof, I'm trying to imagine. I want to respond to your question this way. Now what? What from now? I think that's also your question,
Yes.
right? Especially in the South African context, right? We know and we trust that we'll be handing over the process to our colleagues in America. But what next? So, Prof, I'm having imagination here. We have a call for action, which is putting forward very practical solutions for our own government that are very detailed and realistic, right? They are very specific proposals. And these proposals are speaking to the change, the future and fortunes of young people with disabilities in employment, because that is the number one problem, right? It speaks to the issues pertaining and the calls, and I want to encourage everybody here, maybe as a team, we'll have to go back again and just resend the calls, you know, for action to everybody, and that will be made public on the website after the conference. And just have a look. I think they are very powerful on what must happen to change the situation on unemployment, addressing a lot of things, including assistive devices, including the digital inclusion, because that's one of the factors now that is at play, because we're looking at living in a digital operating world, and how does it help persons with disabilities? I think the solutions, if there's any that are being left out, is one or two in terms of practical solutions. And there's a call for action to our government. And also, these are solutions that are implementable by our own selves, you know, so we can take like solutions and innovate. But I think one person asked me outside, how do you plan to track that all these things happen and are done, right? So the first, obviously, with the call for action is to government, right? So on my one second imagination, I was imagining the team that was here, or whoever who's still interested, because we can't just say no, we leave it over to America and we'll only be involved in supporting America. There are advances that we've put forward domestically, right? So we can have whatever sessions to reflect. We don't know the frequency, you know, with the team, right? And put like, but there should be mechanisms and follow-up sessions throughout the year. And a vehicle that's being established after, I don't know, and how it will formulate, you know. I think that's an ongoing conversation. But I think the first thing is to track and monitor the changes. If there are gaps of implementation, you know, we are on the neck of the people that we have trusted on that responsibility in government and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great imagination.
Thank you.
Go, George.
Thanks, Prof. So Vision 2030, from SADA's perspective, it would include accessible systems, fully inclusive, well-resourced education, equal economic participation for men, for women and youth, timeless access to healthcare and assistive technology, representation of persons with disability at every governance level. And from a society perspective, and I want to ad lib here, but from my own experience recovering from a stroke, from my perspective, the first thing I had to do was lose my ego. And I think this speaks to civil society. We need to stay unified. We need to strengthen data, build provincial capacity, maintain constructive pressure, and amplify lived experience leadership. I think that's our vision.
Okay. I think we need to round up because they want to hand over to the United States. Any last words? Because Jerry was writing and I just wanted to make sure I didn't.
No, actually, no, I think in my closing remarks.
Okay.
I think the closing remarks from Chaxa will be a fact that we need to actually advocate to have an integrated universal access. Because at the moment it's a concept, but when it comes to implementation, all the mode of transport have not yet met that standard of making sure that persons with disability are becoming passengers in all mode of transport. And I think from this platform, when we can actually support that concept through all the transport service providers and all municipalities, the outcome of inclusiveness when it comes to transport, it will be realized. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. George, do you want to say?
Yeah, so I'd just like to add that as persons living with disabilities, in our own personal struggles, we've all had to dig deep and find strength of character.
Okay.
And the thing is, we've all got it. We've all got it within ourselves. So let's use that to overcome this. And it is possible. Everything is possible once you dig deep and fight.
Thank you. Right. George is, yeah, no, Jason. But apparently there's somebody from the floor that wants to say, okay, Henrietta, former minister, please. Is it, yeah. Okay. And then we're going to close. So this is, thank you. So we keep everybody on time. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Just one comment from the audience.
I can stand wherever I like, right?
Absolutely.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I hope everybody knows this is Henrietta Bokopane Zulu, if you don't know her.
Yes.
Google will tell you enough. Sometimes it even knows more than me. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers and to also thank all of you, the old faces that we have seen. And that's worked years after years. I think I've got 3 things that I want to leave with yourselves and with, is that it's very important, especially for the unifying. When you want to unify voices, you need to be conscious and make a concerted effort to do that practically. And I think over the years, it's one of the things that one has re-emphasized in the sector. So I think we need to make progress. Firstly, unifying voices means having different disabilities on the stage. That must be very important because it can't be that amongst ourselves, we want integration, mainstreaming, whichever terminology you use, but amongst ourselves, we are unable to practice and implement that which we want people to implement. So that for me, it's the first thing. The second thing is that gender equality is real. So you can't, in today's age, and have, with no disrespect, gentlemen, have one lady and three gentlemen. Guys, let's make the progress, eh? Let's make the progress, because for us to achieve transformation, we need to be able to implement it amongst ourselves. Otherwise, you can't demand something that you yourself cannot achieve internally. And supporting the nothing about us without us. So can we please, amongst ourselves, also acknowledge that there are disabled people that are marginalized within the disability sector. So we need to be conscious of that all the time. Otherwise, it's more about numbers. Now I'm visually impaired, so I'm also on my third generation. It's me, it's my two girls who are visually impaired. Now we have my grandchild. And I can measure after what, 25 years as a deputy minister, I can measure progress that we are making. So I really just want to congratulate the US, hopefully, and thank Gubabalo and the team, and to say, let's never forget, demand what you are able to implement amongst yourselves. My apologies, I've always been a controversial politician. But also, let's also make sure the issue of age. You know, I'm happy to see a lot of young faces because it says, as I'm on retirement, enjoying unemployment, sitting at home and I can watch every TV, to see that there are people we're going to leave the movement. So in our voices, we also need to ensure that there's age representation across any of what we do, so that we know as disabled people, it's going to continue. The issue of race, it's also very important because we come from different backgrounds and we are bringing on the table something that's going to make us better, learn from each other, especially from a social inclusion perspective. Lastly, it's us making sure that we don't leave parents of disabled children out, because that's the only way we can claim that we demand inclusion and mainstreaming, and we're not apologetic about it, but we also make sure that diversity, you know, we do have gays and lesbians, the whole LGBTIQ community within the disability sector. It's important that we actually also acknowledge that. So when you unify the voices, it means concerted effort and being conscious of the off. Disabled people, we still say we have the right to represent ourselves, guys. Please, you know, when you are a non-disabled person, create the space in China. You know, move a step back, let us ourselves occupy. Be the cheerleader and the cheer gentleman. It's time. We can't be talking about the same thing even until now, guys. No, it can't happen.
Okay, right. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay. Wisdom of our former Deputy Minister for Social Development. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for my great panel and for your great ideas and your great imaginations. Okay, and now for the moment that everybody wants to see and not us, here we go.
be unmiked.
Good team. Where would you like me?
I'll position you in a second. Can we get the lectern up here with your assistance, please? The lectern and the standing mic. Thanks. Back camera, are you good? I have good news, and I have great news, and I have bad news. May I ask from the floor which you'd like to hear first?
Bad news first.
You will soon see me no longer on the stage. The great news is that we will have lunch soon. But I think the best news is that the culmination of this conference has now arrived. I'm getting goosebumps, but I'm wearing a suit and I'm sweating, so you won't see it. It is now time for the 2025 South African Disability-20 initiative to be handed over to our US disability representative. So, Miss Alex, forgive me, I'm having a moment myself. Ntsachana, Miss Alex Ntsachana, please, will you come to the stage as NCDP chairperson, member of the Presidential Working Group on Disability. Ma Alex, as she's fondly known, representing NCDP, was one of the co-facilitators who helped kickstart the Disability-20 initiative in Brazil in 2024. Together with DPSA, they laid the foundation for the process that has unfolded in 2025. We now welcome her to the stage to facilitate the transition of this process to United States OPD representative, Mrs. Marcy Roth.
Thank you, Program Director. Oh, I look in the room and I just feel we need to stir this room up. We need to stir this room up because we are celebrating today. We are celebrating a milestone, an achievement that the disability sector has come to this point. I'd like to call our veteran of the disability struggle, Mamuna Masond. Could you lead us in a song, please, Ma? Hey. Yay! Viva Disability-20 South Africa! Viva! Viva! Viva South African OPDs! Viva!
Viva!
Viva Regional and Continental OPDs! Viva!
Viva!
Viva the spirit of solidarity with the international OPDs! Viva!
Viva!
Viva the spirit of solidarity of the disability movement globally! Viva!
Viva!
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Amazon. These are our struggle veterans, the people from whom we are taking the baton. We thank you, Ma, for being with us. Thank you so much. Colleagues, as I stand here today, I feel a stirring in my spirit, the kind that makes me want to gear in Sizulu, which is why I asked Mama to lead us in a song, to dance, to sing, ululate in celebration. Because this moment holds the heartbeat of a movement that has walked a long road with courage and conviction. Excuse me. This moment is far more than just a program item. It is the culmination of a journey that began in Brazil in 2024, when the Instituto João Clemente opened the door for us to participate in the emerging global disability process. Excuse me. It's the singing. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. That invitation from Brazil planted a powerful seed that the next chapter of this work under the South Africa's G20 presidency needed to be shaped by the disability sector itself. May I invite Mr. Siana Paez, the Brazil delegation, to please be with me here and rise. Thank you so much for your leadership, your hospitality, and birthing this process. We are indebted to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
When we returned home in November, one thing was very clear. This work could not and should not belong to any single organization. The movement had to be held collectively by the sector as a whole, because our strength lies in unity and shared ownership. Both OPDs that were in Brazil recognize that carrying this work forward will require collaboration and solidarity. So we came together, not as leaders, not as owners, but as co-facilitators committed to building a unified sector voice. From there, the process grew naturally into an open, inclusive platform, one where OPDs, activists, self-advocates, scholars, and partners across the region took shared ownership of shaping the South African and Pan-African D20. This ensured that the work reflected the full diversity, depth, and lived realities of our movement. Our approach was strengthened by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa's declaration that South Africa's G20 South Africa's G20 presidency would be a Pan-African presidency. We honored that call by intentionally building a Pan-African D20, opening space for continental voices, regional solidarity, and shared leadership. As a result of that approach, speak for themselves. We had 12 inclusive work streams shaped through broad participation, policy briefs, meaningful reflection in the Civil 20 policy packs, a unified African celebration and call to action. And for the first time in the history of C20, representation of persons with disabilities within the apex leadership of the C20 structures, with our own very own Dr. Zuki Sanzo serving as second deputy chair. Colleagues, this is the legacy we hand over today. A legacy of unity, intentionality, solidarity, and disability-led leadership. As we prepare the symbolic handover, we honor the leaders who carried the intellectual and thematic work of the D20. I would like to call forward on stage the co-leads and leads of our 12 work streams. Colleagues, please join me on stage. Inclusive education, led by Professor Maximus Sufoto. Please join me on stage, Prof, with your co-lead, Ms. Aliz Aziz, who's joining us virtually, and Ms. Barbara Manjonjo, all the way from Zimbabwe. The next work stream was poverty alleviation and food sustainability, led by Mr. Tami Makengeza, Ms. Matebuko Victoria, Ms. Sarah Ayeko, all the way from Kenya. Please come forward, colleagues, and join me on the stage. Employment and economic participation, led by Mr. Lubabalo Mbeki, Mr. Marshall Human, Mr. Richard Baron. Accessible tourism, led by Ms. Fadila Lagadin. I think she's joining us virtually. Mr. Ibrahim Ba, all the way from the Gambia, and Ms. Taryn Tomlinson. Digital and inclusive economies, led by myself with my co-chairs, Ms. Chelsea Williamson, Mr. Tebholi Hassa, and Ms. Yuvita Sindane, all the way from Malawi. Women and gender equity, led by Ms. Nana Skenjana. Democratic governance, led by Mr. Andrew Madela, joining us virtually. Mr. Tsepo Maseko, please join us on stage. Trade and sustainable development, led by Mr. Papin Koli, joining us virtually. Sustainable resilience in communities and science, research and innovation investment, both facilitated by Mr. Lux Matoto. Just energy, transition and climate environment, led by Mr. Tabiso Petuka, who is joining us virtually. Equitable health for all, led by Ms. Bongi Matzane. Please come on stage, colleagues, and join me. Colleagues, you led and for the facilitation of our work streams brought together a massive number of voices from the disability sector together for our future. We honor you for the work that you did. We honor you for leading these work streams and bringing out those voices of persons with disabilities so that they can be reflected in our policy packs. We honor your intellectual capacity. We honor you for the work that you've done. Your responsibility was immense to ensure that every submission, every policy position, every thematic recommendation was evidence-based, aligned and rooted in African realities. We call together our research team to please come to the stage, the people that were the engine of our submissions. Dr. Erna van der Westhuizen, please join us on stage. Dr. Letitia Pinar, Dr. Siva Moodley, And Mr. Kutakwashe Ziyamba, your intellectual leadership gave this movement the backbone. We thank you immensely for the work that you did. And now, colleagues, I would like to honor the heart of the D20 missionary, our task team and technical team. These are the individuals who held the center from the very beginning. When we got off that plane from Brazil in November, they built the systems, drafted documents, coordinated meetings, resolved crises, managed partnerships, and ensured coherence at every stage. May I call forward Mr. Mbeki is already there on stage. Mr. Mbeki has this meticulous operator who brought discipline, structure, and steady support to the work of the D20. Ms. Melanie Lube, please join us on stage, our administrative engine room. Melanie kept the wheels turning, ensured that no details slipped through the cracks, and held the day-to-day challenges and coherence that allowed the project to move towards smoothly. Our PR team, who carried the public face for this project, shaping the narratives, amplifying the voices, and ensuring that the work of the D20 reached the sector, the continent, and the world with clarity and strength. Mr. Simon Manda, please come forward. Dr. Henry Kriel, Ms. Bernadette Wrigley, Mr. Dylan Mashele, and also we have from our tax team, Ms. Bongi Wematzan, who is already on stage with us, who took charge of the D20 strategic planning and coordination, supported by Mr. Lux Madodo and Mr. Andrew Madela, who's joining us virtually. Allow me, colleagues, at this moment in time, to offer special recognition to two individuals whose impact has been profound throughout. First, I would like to honor our project lead, Mr. Andrew Hofmeyer. Andrew, please come on stage. I cannot begin to tell you, colleagues, the immense work that this gentleman has done. Andy, your steady hand, your discipline, your coordination, and your leadership made this project possible. You carried the administrative, strategic, and operational center with gravity for the entire D20 initiative. We see you, we appreciate you. Applause now. It's deserved while I have my drink of- Thank you, Andy. And the second recognition I would like to give colleagues is to Miss Lydia Pretorius. Lydia, please come forward. Ever present, ever available, ever offering assistance, Lydia has been the rock behind this. Lydia, your deep policy insight, institutional memory, and mastery of disability rights frameworks sharpened our every input. Your ability to strengthen alignment, interrogate language, and ensure institutional coherence elevated every document. Lydia, your contribution has been invaluable. We also acknowledge the continental solidarity that strengthened this journey. The International Disability Alliance and the African Disability Forum, who worked with us, grounding our work within the global and continental disability justice ecosystems. Your designation of Ms. Miriam Tenge to accompany this process, enrich our analysis and strengthen our engagement. Miriam, where are you? Please come forward. Miriam has been an integral part of this journey, being with us all the time and ensuring that our messages reach the correct structures internationally. We thank you, Miriam. We further honor our representative in the apex leadership of the C20. She's not here with us, but I'm sure she's joining us virtually. She was with us yesterday. Dr. Zuki Swanzo, your leadership ensured that disability was not a footnote, but a pillar within the C20 space. And your work, supported by knowledge partners, Dr. Siva Mudli and Mr. Andrew Mandela, has been groundbreaking. The C20 leadership, we also thank you for embracing disability inclusion with intention and genuine partnership. You ensured that our voices were treated as substance, not as symbolism, and you integrated across multiple work streams. We are grateful for the leadership of the C20, their openness, and for embedding our contributions so meaningfully. Lastly, colleagues, we extend our sincere appreciation to the Conference Steering Committee, whose hard work and unwavering commitment have brought us to this moment. Dr. Ashley Subia, where's Dr. Ashley? Ah, there's Dr. Ashley Subia. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashley. Thank you for holding the center, for mapping, for managing the complex logistics, for ensuring accessibility across every aspect of this conference, for coordinating countless moving parts, and for doing so with professionalism, patience, and excellence. You created the conditions for meaningful dialogue, the wonderful dialogue that we've had during this conference, for the sector unity, and for this historic handover to take place. We are deeply grateful for your leadership and dedication. I'd like to call out on him on stage, my co-facilitator of the D20 process, Mr. Patrick Matlakwan, chairperson of DPSA. Patrick, please join us on stage. Patrick has walked this journey from Brazil. He was one of the delegates that was in Brazil and ensured that that experience was brought home to South Africa, and that we can begin this process of developing the D20 framework and having our work that we've done throughout the year. Thank you, Comrade Pate, for your dedication and your leadership. And now, colleagues, we come to the symbolic handover of the D20 initiative from South Africa to the United States. May I invite our colleagues from Brazil, the US Disability Movement, and the International Disability Alliance to join us in front. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To our colleagues from Brazil, we accepted D20 responsibility in Brazil last year in 2024. We hope that we did you proud with all the work that we have done. Yes, yeah, they are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As I was saying, that we hope that we have done you proud because you handed this work over to us and we ran with it as the disability sector in South Africa. We now hand over this movement with pride, humility, and full solidarity to the USA, witnessed by IDA leadership. This collective gathered here on stage that you see, these wonderful faces that are here with us on the stage, this collective, together with a countless number of persons with disabilities throughout the country, throughout the continent, whose ideas, sacrifices, and voices shaped every part of this journey, representing true power of the D20. It is this power and unity, this lived experience that we now hand over to our colleagues from the United States. The work now enters your hands. We trust that you will build up on it, expand it, and continue ensuring that disability inclusion remains central to the global G20 process. Colleagues from the United States, this is your moment now. We welcome you and we stand with you in support. We now invite Maurice Roth, CEO of the World Institute of Disability from the United States, to offer reflections. Maurice?
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here surrounded by all of these powerful contributors and a room full of people who have come together to show that in solidarity, we are all able to show up big, and to take forward the global commitment, nothing without us ever again. I take this home with me, and I challenge my siblings from across the disability community in the US to help us to begin to take all that you have created and take it forward so that we bring it to the next country, the UK, and beyond to all of the other D20 members. We take this very seriously. We are deeply honored to have the opportunity to take this forward. These are rough times. There is no doubt about it. We will do everything we can to make sure that what you have built is in very good hands moving forward. Thank you all, my friends. Thank you. Thank you. Is that take it away or take it away fast, please? Thank you, everybody. We need your help.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you ever so much. I hand back over to our program director. Thank you. Ingoma, Mama. Oh, okay. They requested for a photo opportunity.
Can you remove this? Can you remove it? Just need to remove this.
Someone help us to do this.
Thank you so much. You're a strong man. No, I noticed.
I don't know. If I take it, who's gonna go? No, I think there's something. Oh. Maybe. Ah, man. You've be done. Andrew, yeah. All right, I'll need to run.
Good people. It's nearly that time to get rid of me, but not just yet. We have a final item on the agenda on our program to conclude. And before I call up Dr. Ashi Sabaya to give us the closing remarks, I think it's really important, colleagues, that as much as Ma Alex has spoken to the various incredibly important contributors to this initiative, there are a great number of other organizations and people, both here and outside, who we'd like to acknowledge. A special thanks to our partners who have supported us in this year-long process, including Disability Rights Fund, International Disability Alliance, African Disability Forum, MasterCard Foundation, SAB Foundation, United Nations South Africa, Business Unity South Africa, Business 20, our sisters, and Civil Society 20, also our sisters. We would also like to take considerable thanks to the remarkable people to my side who have done so much hard work in the course of this. Our signed language interpreters, led by Thelma Kotza from Sign Language International, Ayesha Ramjagannath, Samuel Chu, Dimakatso Mutimele, Carlos Areche. From SA Sign Language, Nomsa Matebula, Mbali Ndawonde, I think I may have mispronounced that. To lip speakers, Nontlantla Ndaba and Nicolene Dutoy, we thank you. To our conference technical teams, Upstage Live Streaming, AMD Conference Solutions, interpreter booths, our wonderful people over there who have been so resolute in helping us translate to various languages, we thank you. A special thanks to the Disability Rights Fund and our camera team. Well, our camera team's everywhere. They've been here documenting this process. We often do not appreciate how much we look back upon these visuals and the incredible hard work conducted during the conference, but also after the conference in editing photos and editing videos. To our videographic people, we thank you. The hotel staff of the Indaba have been tremendous, and I believe in your own experiences, they've stepped up however they have could. We have enjoyed such amazing catering. We are thankful to them as well. To the conference registration and support team, to the often unsung heroes in conferences like this, it's people who are the go-doers, the people that we barely acknowledge as we walk past them to be in front of the lights. We would like to thank you by name. To Lebo, Dani, Louis, Gabriel, Patrick, Godfrey, Abram, Shanae, Lali, Leonie, Elizabeth, Gift, Roki, Abi, Shakira, I love that name. Queen, a good one to follow. Ernestine, Vuyelo, and Nassim. We see you and we thank you. As my final formal duty, and my thanks to your patience with my own way of doing things sometimes and my running around, it is my pleasure to introduce our closing speaker, Atli Sibabaya, Chairperson of the Steering Committee, please. Thank you, colleagues.
Yes, we've come to that point where I'm going to try and keep you away from your lunch. I think Jason and my Alex, they saw my 10-page closing and they said, let's do the thanks and vote of thanks early so we can get to lunch quickly. I will try to keep this brief. I think we've thanked collectively everyone that needed to be thanked. Charlene, our vice chair, sends her apologies. She had to rush off for a family emergency. She was supposed to actually do a final roundup and vote of thanks. But I think my Alex and Jason have thanked everyone that needed to be thanked. I would just also like to thank Jason for not only the program direction, but also the work he's done in the background in the marketing materials, the setting up of the website, and dealing with the steering committee's constant changes. Um, I'd also like to thank African Tikkun for their support in this initiative, the Orange Farm dancers that entertained us today. They had a wonderful performance, and it's a wonderful presentation of resilience and ability. It has been an extraordinary 2 days, and I hope that this initiative is carried over into the US and the UK with exponential momentum. We, as a steering committee, I would like to thank every member of that committee. Often the steering committee is the punching bag for the entire sector. And I know my colleagues in the steering committee had to face a number of challenges, a number of storms as we sought to put together a consolidated, unified program representative of this powerful initiative. They remained calm in the storm. They faced every adversity with humility and an unwavering desire to compromise to ensure that our sector was well represented. And I think they've done an outstanding job if we look at the resultant conference that we have had. So I would like a round of applause for every member of that steering committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to labor. We've had deep discussion on this process, academic reflection. We have had deliberation. We've engaged with government, with civil society leadership. It's been a wonderful experience, but I'm sure we have had enough at this point. I would just like to take this opportunity to say that as a person with a disability myself, I felt that this conference truly represented me. And I believe that most people and organizations would have felt the same. So thank you to every single person who contributed to making this a success, every lived experience, every insight, every discussion, I think has been significantly powerful and contributory to the success of this initiative. So without any further ado, I officially bring this conference to a close. Oh, okay. I've just been told that lunch is the same as yesterday, the arrangements. Jason says it's behind me. So please join us for lunch if you are able to, and travel safely. The weather isn't the greatest out there today. Can we have the steering committee as well to the stage just for a quick photo? You know who you are. Don't hide.